All right, checking chickens. Seems like the volume is working. What is up? What's up? On this Sunday. We got some Sunday workups here. Doing pretty good for the most part, but I'm gonna finish up this piece finally. And then we'll be back over to the nights again, so it's gonna be exciting stuff. All right, let's get game. Let's get started. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent. Welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Sunday? My Sunday afternoon. It's just a rainy, gloomy day today. Rainy, gloomy day. What's up, Francois? How you doing? Love food. What's up? It's time. It's time. All right. So, how close are we? Okay. So, we finished up this little itty bitty model. All right. So she's all completed and done. And then the deal is that we're gonna put her on this base that we just made. We did all the build for it. It's sunny outside where you're at. It's just doom and gloom outside with little sprinkling rains today where I'm at. So this one's all done, and then she is gonna be on this base, which now I gotta backing up camera. We finished the build on this one. Okay. We got this wonderful little base. Then we got the little drapery piece. I got that all primed and everything else. So we're gonna actually be shooting paint on this stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna fire up the airbrush, air compressor, so we're gonna start airbrushing some things. We're gonna do some stone work. Which is gonna be, I'm looking for colors, guys. So all I do, like most of my life, is a scavenger hunt for colors. Story of my life, I tell you. We got my little airbrush. We're gonna be sitting here to start doing load ups of certain colors here. Let's see here. I want Where's all the rest of my grays? Are all my grays always disappearing? I swear these like paint goblins come around and they steal my paints. I'm like, I don't know, should I? I don't know, maybe we should. Thinking of what colors I want to use here. What are the colors we want to use? What color is this? Stone Golem. Maybe not that one. We'll sit here, do the Tenebros Gray. Start with this first. crap out of my airbrush here. All right, let's start with this one first. Just a bit. A little bit goes a long way, especially when you're airbrushing because you're painting so thin. Next is we're gonna do a little bit of airbrush flow improver. This here is gonna keep the paint a little wet. And then we're just regular good old water. I've been using a lot of distilled water lately, so it's been getting rid of that funky smells that you get from airbrush to wet palettes. Just use distilled water. Do a little bit of backflow. Mini bubbles means that you got a good mixture there. Okay. Now, I'm gonna hit this. Probably not gonna be much difference than the black that we got. You know what I forgot to grab? Some cheesecloth. Worst part is, I gotta figure out where the wifey put it. Oh, second. Maybe she'll answer me. My wifey's at work right now, so I'm not exactly sure if she's gonna answer me, but we will see. Maybe I'll get a response back. Perfect. Kind of see it kind of has like a relative like purple hue to it. That works. Now I'm going to try to get rid of some of this in my little portable sink that I have in here. Stuff's relatively thick. Next one is I haven't used it in a long time, but we're going to be using a stone golem from Army Painter. Doing a little bit of a mix on the vortex mixer. A lot of times when you don't use the paint for long periods of time, that's like what the great thing about a vortex mixer is, so you're not sitting there shaking your wrist completely off of your hand or off of your arm. Just a little few buzzes here and you should be good to go. Stir, see what kind of color we get out of this. Oh, that is interesting. It's like fluffy for some reason. Anyways, it's gonna be exciting getting this piece done. Wait for this to dry a little bit more. Still slightly wet. We gotta let it kind of sit for a minute. But yeah, after we're done with this, we'll get the tie rod in and then get the drapery in. Start painting all these things up. And then we'll get back over to the knights. As we were working on it last time, we just need to start sketching in even more on this piece. And then we'll have Ashtaroth on this knight, and then we can start block filling all the other stuff, working on the chassis and all that, and getting all those pieces all up and running. And get that last knight done. I think after I'm done with the knights, because the knights are going to be for my personal army. I haven't really got any commissions ready yet. No, I don't have any sent to me at all. Or any orders of any commissions yet. So what we're going to be doing is working on my own personal army, which is kind of nice. Off stream, I've been working on Necrons. I've been doing a ton of Necrons. Almost done with another set of 10 Necron warriors with the 3 Scarab Swarms. I still got 2 more to do after that, so I got a full 70 of them. I screwed up. I was going to start putting them over on my eBay store, but I didn't bunch up the 10 properly. I have a bunch of the same ones, like 2 or 3 of the same ones in each group, so I got to finish all 70 of them. And then start dividing them all up so there's like 1 of each Necron warrior in a group of 10, because I wasn't thinking. I just wasn't thinking. So I was gonna get that going there, and after we're done, I'm gonna sit there and start hammering out the Lich Guard. I got like 15 of those. Then we got the flayed ones, got 10 of those. And then got 5 Immortals, 5 Death Shots, or Death Shots. I can't remember. Death Marks? Maybe they're Death Marks. Got 5 of those. Get mostly all the infantry dudes done. Hey Jessica, how's it going? Just waiting for some paint to dry here. Slowly waiting. Slowly waiting. I guess we could probably speed up the process a touch. I do have my handy dandy stalled a hairdryer from the wifey. I guess I can totally work on this. Maybe. It's funny how like you drop this thing and all of a sudden it just gives you knots. All right. I'm trying to get this up here. Plug in. It is a little colder out today, so it's not drying as fast. Look at that, it's almost instant. Perfect. Over there, because probably going to need it again. All right, let's take the airbrush. We already did the little mixture. Why am I still struggling with this thing? Oh, we're struggling with something here. Now we're going to sit there and lighten up the stonework. So, Bannerfreeze, how's it going? Well, looking pretty nice there. We're going to dump more of this out in my portable kitchen sink. I'm going to take some more of the stone golem from Army Painter, pour it in here. bit more flow improver. Makes it where the paint still stays a relatively thin consistency, some water to keep the needle wet. Perfect. Pretty cool. Gotta work on touch-ups of the ghost and varnish them. Nice. Getting them ready for OSL. There you go. Some object source lighting. Nothing wrong with that. You know what? I think I probably screwed this thing up already. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to track down some cheesecloth. I think I screwed this up. But alright, never mind. Doesn't look like I got any cheesecloth. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Trying to look at something else that can be an alternative to cheesecloth if I have something of that sort. Otherwise, we're going to be painting for days. We're probably just going to have to hand paint it then. That sucks. I was gonna do a marble effect, and and I don't have any cheesecloth. I thought I had cheesecloth. Rosie coming in with that sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 36 months. Thank you, thank you. That's some serious time there. Some serious time. What's up, Devon? How's it going? And also, guys, if you're seeing me over on YouTube, make sure you like the video. Subscribe to the channel. It was greatly appreciated as well. I've been trying really hard. We're trying to work really hard on getting YouTube up there with the subs. So I can, side quest is 500, main quest is 1,000. I'm trying. So I think I'm gonna have to paint them all in here, guys. What a bummer. I tell ya, what a bummer. So we're gonna have to chill the airbrush for a minute, for a second. Move some stuff out of the way here so we're not making too big of a mess. Popping in to say hi, always appreciate that. Always appreciate that. Really? Twitch just doesn't like me, that's probably why. They're like, this cat has been streaming for way too long. Pick up all the rest of the paint on my palette. No reason having all this junk paint on there. All it does just makes messes down the road. Okay, next is we're gonna take some of this abyssal blue. Back to adulting, absolutely. Your Opeth album to listen to? Opeth's pretty good. You just need to get like all the Opeth albums on one playlist and then just shuffle it. I think they're all pretty good. Oh, you're gonna go see Opeth in February. That's cool. Okay. Now, I'm gonna take a thin brush. Well, the thinnest brush I got is like a 0. You could go even thinner if you like. Just whatever one that you can start painting some lines. And we just gotta make a bunch of swirly dealios all over the place. It would have been nice if I had some cheesecloth, then we can just kind of pack the whole thing with cheesecloth. And I think I did it wrong because I don't have the cheesecloth, but you'll paint it all with the dark color that you have, like whether it was the Tambaris gray or blue gray or whatever. And then you pack the cheesecloth and then you'll build up your light tones and then you'll just peel the cheesecloth off and then all of a sudden you'll have all the veins. So the idea here is to try to not make things look too symmetrical. Is the idea. No problem. Now we're going to jump up a color. So we're going to do this bearing blue. Give this a little spin. Okay. Now we're going to go over those same lines. To an extent. It might not look like much. Doesn't have to be all of them. Enough for highlighting areas. These things actually come down. Ooh, what the heck was that? That scared me. Yeah, night hunt's freaking haunting me a little bit. A bit like that. Now we're going to fire up the airbrush again. Let me put away my lovely wet palette. I'm going to try to make sure not to make a mess out of it like I did on my previous ones. Try to take care of my wet palettes a little bit more. Try to take care of all my stuff a little bit better. I think let it dry. Yeah, I let it dry naturally. It's just that I just don't want overspray. Like when I'm spraying, I just don't want overspray all over my wet pellets. So that's why I always have to pack it up and move it out of the way when I'm airbrushing. Trying to keep it where I don't freaking overspray, because then they start looking like this. Like this is a clear bottle, and then this is what overspray does all over. And I just don't want it all over my wet palette. Trying to make sure not to make too big of a mess. That's what I was thinking, like when I said in my Discord, while I was like looking into that like waterfall spray booth. It has like the water that comes out of it, and then like kind of sit it in the back here because I got room for it. And then when I'm shooting, it'll just kind of go and get caught up into that when I'm airbrushing. I would just have to try to rearrange everything so I can actually get that thing in there and then kind of rearrange everything around. Yeah, little carts. Like I have little tiny ones that I have underneath my desk, but it'd be nice to have like another little small cart where I can have like, I don't know, kind of almost like a paint rack kind of deal where I can pull maybe drawers and then all my paints are all kind of just laying flat, and then I can sit there and pull paints out that way instead of actually having racks. Like racks looks nice and everything, like having like the full racks that you see over here, like all the way around, looks wonderful. But if I get that little waterfall paint booth, the water paint booth, and just set it back there, I think it'll capture so much stuff, and I think it'll probably be just better all the way around. Like, look at the general chat. Look at that. All right, let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. I like that. Yeah, I definitely need something of that sort. It's just where the hell to put it would be best. I think if I got that paint cart, I would have to at least do something about this desk. Maybe if I take that desk and put it in the other room and then have a paint cart instead of the desk, would be nice. That would probably work out much better. Okay, so we're gonna need to throw in a little bit more of the stone golem. You had to upgrade to that size. Yeah, because I think like a paint cart and then maybe do a little bit of engineering, which I'm relatively good at, and then engineer it up where I can actually hold like stacks of paint where I can just kind of pull it out from the carts. I had to think. Yeah, you outgrew your small one? That's funny. We're gonna need a lot more water. A lot more water. Whoop, we don't want to put that in there. That's not my stir brush. Need this one, the one that looks like it's been an electrical outlet. Yeah, because like I need like paint storage. Because if I can put all my paint storage in a cart and then clear out the space, then I can easily put one of those paint booths that are just constant runs, you know, whenever I'm doing my streams or whatnot. Because supposedly the decibels on those things are super low. Like I think it's just like hearing running water, really. Let's pour some of this out. I need more water. I'm trying to shoot this as more like a glaze. There you go. All right, now I'm gonna keep some distance off of this. The whole point of this is just trying to fuzz it with the rest of the stone here. Give that a minute to dry. Well, I figure that those pumps can't be too much involved in those things. My thing is that even with like a regular spray booth that I have, even if I upgraded the spray booth, the one thing is that the spray booth is like super loud with the fans. Then I'm always constantly changing out those filter screens, like constantly. Like, I mean, you do like one session of prime, you have to like get rid of that thing because it's just toast. And you can't let it run while you're streaming because it's just so loud, you know, it's just ridiculously loud. So the pump on that thing, I mean, if you can get a few hundred hours on a pump, it's like anything else, yeah. And like the one problem is with my spray booth is that even when I am spraying very conservatively on the spray booth, it's still just, I get this like cloud of crap that kind of like the fans are blowing it, and so I got this circulation of stuff that's coming around. It's not really capturing all of it, is what my big deal is. I know they're supposed to be blown outside, but I got like that's the window, and the window's completely covered, so I don't have anything. So that's why I always think like the waterfall would be the best. Even though that thing does have like, and I might be able to plumb one to go through the window. But yet again, like, I can't have a paint booth running at all times. The decibels are too high. All you'll be hearing is that constant fan blowing. They're not quiet. Like a spray booth is not quiet at all. I was just looking at something that the decibels can be low enough where I can actually run it while I'm streaming or doing paint sessions or whatever I'm doing. And just to try to capture most of my overspray and everything else, and just kind of, it floats inside there. And then if I do like what you say, get like the paint cart and everything else, and then I can kind of plumb it outside where it can stay stationary at all times. So that's my biggest deal, is I don't have stationary paint booth. Yeah, I would figure that the waterfall would be better because the decibels will be low. I can run them through sessions. It'll be healthier all the way around, so I'm not having too many particulates in the air. 5-gallon bucket, yeah, and just have it just blow right inside the bucket of water, kind of like what you do with like dryer vents and stuff like that. Yeah, bong style water, yeah, and you actually use the 5-gallon bucket for like a bong water spray booth. I think we're on to something, guys. I think we'll sit there and just be like, hey, do you not want to plumb it outside? Just plumb it with a freaking bucket with water and let it just blow inside there. Yeah, because I think there's like 2 fans on the back of the waterfall. It's just so much quieter. Like just seeing the thing, that it's just so much quiet. It is so quiet. It'd be nice. So, like, are you sure about that? Yeah, like the thing is being super, super loud. What's up, Painty Paints? Yeah, they were measuring the decibels. Let's see here. I'm trying to find the one where I was looking at. There's two different types of these waterfall booths. Yeah, there's a couple. There's a different handful of them that you can use. So this thing kind of runs like a... See, like, the thing kind of runs... Pause that for a second.
Honestly, I would consider this overkill, but I'm not complaining. It traveled a long way, and it's nice knowing hours of use per month. When I started assembling it, I noticed the whole booth was covered in a long, flexible, yet durable, easily reaching the window where I can put the other end of it. This is super handy for me, especially control buttons let you toggle 2 different fan speeds and the stop and start for the water current. The water tank slides out easily. Inside there are foam sponges that help dampen the noise and reduce splashing. When filling the tank, you can either carefully do it at a nearby sink or slowly pour water in it using a jug. There's even a handy level indicator sticker inside. Ideally, you want the water to be at the yellow line. Too low and the water curtain won't flow properly. Too high and you might end up with a miniature waterfall on your desk. Once you power it on, the pump dips down and starts a satisfying curtain of water. It looks amazing and it actually is pretty relaxing to listen to. Kind of like hobby ASMR. Another clever touch is the gesture controls. If your hands are covered in paint or glue, you can simply wave left in front of the sensor to turn it off, or wave right to turn it on and cycle different fan speeds. It may sound gimmicky, but it's genuinely useful when your hands are messy mid-project. Alright, let's talk comparison. First, the size difference. The Vigostar is definitely larger, which can be a plus or minus depending on your hobby workspace. My old dry booth is smaller, but also way more cheaply built. The Vigostar feels premium, solid, quiet, and sleek. To test the noise, I used a sound meter app on my smartwatch. The dry booth clocked in about 75 decibels. The Vigostar,
So it's about 10 decibels quieter.
56 and 64 depending on how close I was standing. You'd think louder means stronger, but nope. Using my smoke machine test, the Vigostar not only looked more effective, but it also pulled in particles from further away. While my dry booth seemed to lack the power, only being effective when up close, and that was even without the filter I typically have to put in front of the fan, which would.
And he doesn't even have the filter on there. See, that's my problem I have on that one.
From a comfort standpoint, it literally blew away the competition. But what's it like to actually use? Honestly, super pleasant. The spacious work area gives me a lot more freedom to move my airbrush around, and the acrylic sides keep the workspace clean and safe. As someone who films a lot of content, I also love how easy it is to get clean camera angles through those clear panels. Because the water curtain is constantly washing the air, the booth stays clean longer. And since I share this office with my wife, who works from home, keeping the air fresh is a big win for both of us. Airbrushing larger projects like terrain or big miniatures are also way easier now. The extra space and airflow flexibility made it like a real mini studio setup. And just to make sure it's not placebo, I checked my air quality monitor. Readings were noticeably better after a session compared to my old setup. This thing really does its job. As I mentioned earlier in the video, there is some light maintenance involved. You should be sure to swap out your water often, as it does get quite dirty, as seen here. You should also be sure to clean out the water tank sponge, usually just a light wringing out and drying once a month for a light user like myself. For the fan, I make sure the power is unplugged, I loosen the 2 screws and lift the turbofan out of the enclosure. It actually hasn't gotten that dirty in the time since I've had it, but for good measure, I removed the bolt securing the oscillator, washed it in my sink, scrubbing a little bit off camera. While I let that dry completely, I give a little wipe down in the main body of the fan. Once everything is bone dry, I put the components back in place. So, I've been using the Vigostar Master Mini waterfall spray booth for about a month now, and honestly, I love it. It's easily the nicest piece of hobby equipment I own. But there are always a couple of buts. There are 2 things you should know before picking yourself up one. Size. This thing is not tiny. Ideally, you have it set up somewhere somewhat permanent, like a dedicated studio, a garage, or hobby shed. Like I said, my wife and I live in a 2-bedroom apartment, so space is tight. That means I have to pack it away once the weekend hobby time is over, especially since this room does. You can see the prices start to skyrocket, landing in the thousands of dollars. So it's actually worth considering the Vigostar as a mid-range waterfall spray booth when you consider its price and its great build quality, especially when you look at cheaper plastic booths in comparison. If you airbrush regularly, it's an investment that's going to last you for years. If you're interested in picking one up, check the link in my description.
Alright, so that's something there. Yeah, and I agree with you. I personally find your compressor really loud. Yeah, my compressor's super loud too. I do agree on that one. I'd love to have a more quieter one, that's for sure. It'd be friggin' awesome. One of these. Okay. Let me go and rinse this out. We're in the booth, it's very annoying. It is, it's super annoying having a booth go running. Like the booth is super loud. My booth out sounds my like noise comparison. My booth is louder than my compressor. The oil ones are pretty sweet, but expensive. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need a whole lot for a compressor, but it'd be nice to have a more quieter one. Oh, that's nice. You cleaned out the piston too? Let's see here. This is all from Spray Gunner, huh? That's nice looking. I mean, it's honestly not much more expensive than... Is the music too high? Alright, so a no-name silent compressor, huh? And then that thing takes a 220 volt. That thing pulls some serious juice. Oh, okay. It's a 220 volt for European. I gotcha. But it says that it's a 110 volt. I was gonna say, I'm like, I gotta put a 220 here? I'm like, that's a serious air compressor. Like a super, like, sitting there, I'm like, that thing has to take a 220 plug. I'm like, oh my God. That thing's freaking neat though. So anywhere between 350 to 700. So I wonder what the big difference is. Probably the size of the tank. Oh, okay, for the setup, I got it. Compressor without the case. What's a case? Does it even show with a case? I mean, dude, that thing has a double tanker on this thing. It's not too bad for size. Thing's pretty neat. I need to sell quite a bit of minis to get that far. I need a handful of minis to... I need to start selling a handful of minis for stuff like that. I think a waterfall booth would be awesome to have. A silent air compressor would be nice to have so it's not so stinking loud. Alright, we're going to place that off to the side. There's a couple other things I need to paint here. One is this thing. This thing here, we're just going to make this silver or whatever the hell we're going to make it. And this one here, I'm going to fire up the air compressor again. And I'm thinking red would probably be the best for this. But then she has a red cloak too, so that might be a little tough. What other color should I make? Draperies. It's fine, I still have some bronze in there. Well, let's try to shoot with the blues. Make it like a blue drapery or something. Use the same colors that we normally use. Ooh, got some pressure in there. Same thing, just little bits of stuff because I'm using scale 75, so you don't really need to do too much water downs just because it has such a high medium intake in there. See where we're at. Pour the rest of it out. That's why I waste so much paint. I really do. Not bright enough. Not bright enough. Just gonna use a little bit more of this Caspian blue. That was better. Yeah, that big bubbles didn't get enough flow improver, touch of water. Almost everything's just kind of waiting for stuff to dry here. Yeah, but those are some things that I was thinking about wanting to get down the road. A waterfall freaking one would be kind of nice to have. But you're looking at like 400 bucks for one of those. Antifreeze dropping that silent freaking no-name air compressor, which would be nice. That's about 350, which honestly is not that bad since I bought a Badger for like 200. So if I can go another 150 for an air compressor that's super quiet, I think that'll probably be a really good investment there. Once my air compressor goes out, which I don't know, like my last one went out and I beat it up really badly. I mean, it was on stream when that thing freaking had an electrical burn and it was just smoking. But I think I might be dealing with this loud one for some time. Now I'm wondering if I actually build a noise box that goes over my air compressor, if it won't be so loud. So you get like the noise canceling installations, and then put it on and then cover over top of it. I mean, make sure that it has enough room for breathing wise, but actually kind of box it. And then see if it'll actually dampen the noise coming out from it. Would be pretty nice. So we're not hearing too much noise coming out of the air compressor all the time. And it'll be kind of a relatively simple, easy fix. Just to get some, I don't know, maybe a 1 by 2 foot boards, and then completely do the installation and then cover over top. And then see if I can try to at least dampen the noise a little bit out of the air compressor would be probably kind of nice. And then, like, I would love to have a new air booth. My airbrush booth is pretty beat up. I've painted a lot of stuff out of this thing, and that poor thing is just haggard. But I did get some more filters and stuff for it because I was like, oh, I'm going to buy a new one. And then I was like, well, I can't get the waterfall one because that one's not yet. Because that thing, $500, I got to sell quite a bit of armies to get that thing going. But that seems like something down the road there. Would be nice to have. I would just have to move my picture booth somewhere else. Taking pictures of stuff. If I get a cart. My problem is just room. I don't have enough room. I need a bigger house. But for me to get a bigger house, I need to fix this house. So hard for me to just straight up move to a different house. Oh. Now we're going to go brighter. I'm going to use this bearing blue. And then we're going to hit it on the vortex. I haven't used it in a bit. Okay. A little flow improver, a little bit of water. The rest I'm going to be doing with a brush. So I think we're done with the airbrush right now. Let me go rinse out the airbrush real quick. Okay. Okay. Now, everything else is just going to be painting by hand now and getting this thing all kind of set up to where we want it. This thing here, I'm not going to do any more work to this thing until I get it mounted onto the actual base itself. So on that note, we're going to pull out our wet palette again, open up shop, let's get things going. Something like that. And then I feel like I got like 6,000 things like right underneath my feet. Okay. Some dark gold. Do I want to use this gold? We'll use this one. Trying to use up all my scale 75 metallics. Just trying to get through like some of the paints that I'm not planning on getting anymore. Even though that I do like decayed metal a lot. Like a lot. Good. Number 2 brush. Just get it all nice and smooth. Now it's a possibility that we'll scrape off majority of this paint. So again, probably not the smartest idea. Thinking what I can do here. Because I think it'll be kind of rough just having these. Well, See, now I'm wondering if I should take some of these small rods, these small brass rods I have, and then hook them in, and then make little baby hooks that this thing will be resting on. And then put something really fancy on the ends of these things. Or if we just take some, shoot, if I had some green stuff. I don't have anything. Well, let me think. What bits do I have that I can put on the ends of this? I'm thinking of all the stuff that I put together. So I'm almost thinking I have to put it on. What's up, Ramen? How you doing? I'm trying to think about bits. Trying to think about, was there any cool bits that I took off of something that we can utilize? These will be perfect. I found them. I found what we can put on the ends of this. Then I don't have to worry about doing any putting or anything. These are all extra bits anyways. These are from the night haunts. I guess I'll take these murderous freaking GW nippers. I don't recommend this for anybody. Cut the chains off. That up there. Oh, I thought I turned that off. All right. Oh, there's just so much. Right when you think that you're done with stuff, and then you're just like not done with stuff. Okay. And that's a pretty large. I don't even know if I have a bit that's big enough for that. And my little wow stick. This is the largest one I have. It'll be pretty close. Goal is try not to drill through the whole thing here. Oh, came undone. Let's get this one. Okay, now supposedly get that on there, and then now we got some nice, like, pretty ends. That one fit there good. This one's not fitting so well. Kind of like that. So now we got like two nice little ends right here. Oh, I probably gotta make this one a little deeper. Okay. Then we need a little bit of slower super glue. Last time we were gluing our fingers all together, and it was a wonderful experience with the thin CA. Maybe it doesn't want to come out of this one. Oh yeah, look at that freaking giant mess of crap. Holy crap. Can't get the glue to come out. It's a hard tip on here. That's a little bit better. Okay. Okay. Ow. Can't have fun without it gluing to your fingers. Ow. Gosh dang. Hurts. Oh, before I do that, we gotta slide this thing through. We're gonna be in trouble. Almost made a horrible mistake. There we go. Touch better. Whew. Almost made a giant mistake. All right. Now, I don't need those. And this thing needs to go here. Okay. Thinking. Not like that. All right. Roughest thing in the world here. Gosh dang it. Alright, now we're gonna even more. You would. Come on. Okay. That was a little bit more of an endeavor than I was expecting, but we got it. All the rest is kind of paint while we're going. Oh, you stop doing that. I knew things were going to be relatively problematic. So, let me get a little bit of prime so I can get some paint stick. What the heck is this going on? What are you sending me? This is awesome. Are they using Lego bits? This is fantastic. This is awesome. This is like, why is everybody taking it almost slowly, except for mines? This is fantastic. This is fantastic.
Get to fracking position! Move it! We are without number! We are without fear! Cast out the unbelievers! Kill them!
This is awesome. I love it. I love it. This is fantastic. Probably took them like freaking 200 hours just to freaking get this to do a 2-minute, 40-second freaking. That is freaking awesome, dude. Ah. That is freaking awesome. Absolutely awesome. That is freaking awesome. Can't get over that. That's great. That stuff that gets me all motivated. Alright, now I'm just going to be brushing on some prime so I can get a little bit of stick. We're going to be a little bit more careful on what we're doing. Waiting for stuff to dry. Make sure I got colors down. All right. Alright, that should be good enough with some prime so I can get some stick. Put this away so it's not in my way. Okay. All these bits back. Need those. Trying to put some stuff away. Kind of waiting for the stuff to dry up so then we can do the final little bits on that, and then we got to paint the hole here that we have, which we're just going to blacken it out. Almost all sorts of stuff to do. I'm gonna go into the gold. Prime should be pretty close to being. next set of gold. Use a little bit of, oh, this one's not even, can't use that gold. Is this one open? None of them are. Oh, guess I'm gonna have to start digging into these golds. Perfect. Okay. So it's almost on. Oh no, what happened right here? What a pain. What a pain, I tell ya. This looks like I can't win here. Literally had like a drippage of prime hit the bottom of the base here. Maybe it's just my fault for having paint all over my hands. What the hell is wrong with me? Spend all my time fixing things. Toy Story 480K Lego City. It's pretty cool. I think you missed it. Yeah, so I had the rod, which was a brass rod. And then I cut the Night Haunt's little bells off the chains and then drilled them out so I have 2 ends on those. So it doesn't look so tacky. Just having like just having a cut rod. Nah, I just figured it'd be easier just to have not a window go all the way through here, because then there's no way of actually painting the inside there of whatever we're planning on putting inside that window. So I was sitting there thinking like, oh, I'll just cut the hole completely out all the way through this piece. And then I was like, well, then there's no way of really decorating it to make it work right without seeing what's going to be behind there. So I decided just to keep it enclosed, keep the indention in there, and then paint it up, and then we can paint whatever we want inside this piece here. Yeah, so I used the Night Haunt bells on the ends of this thing to kind of keep it there. And then I just took another couple brass rods and then I bent them for like hooks to hold them up. And then I glued the curtain onto this part right here so it can stay in place. And then we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to go get a pair of God hands so I can cut this out properly so then she can go right in there. I think that'll work. I think it'll work. But still not really fully ready for her just yet. Blah, 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 blah. What's up, Dragoon? How you doing? Hey, like I had to do it? No worries, dude. That's what it's meant for. I have yours done. I even have Turgeon's done, too. I have the tubular bells. Are you just guessing? No, this is under your name, Turgeon. You got it. It's like you didn't hear anything? I don't know if my music actually got... It is. Tubular Bells is really quiet. I don't know if I can actually get the sound to go up any higher. Let me see. Oh. Because I heard it. I know it's relatively quiet. Like I can hear it. Yeah, it's just, but just barely, because it is quiet. And let me see if I can. Okay, so I'm gonna double it up on the volume. So we'll see if the command. Tubular bells. Alright, I doubled the. Okay, so I doubled that. Alright. Go ahead and hit it again and see what we got for exclamation mark turgeon. Let's see if it got louder. Alright, so that's doubling it. I can't go any louder than that. Can you hear it now? Or is it still really light? Because I don't know how else to boost the sound. Yeah. Then if we get tired of that one, we can give you the Michael Myers one, because that one can be kind of loud too. If that one doesn't do what we wanted to do. All right, so that can all get hit with a wash. I think I'm gonna go and take a leak real quick before we start working on the internal window here. And I'll be right back. I think I'm gonna make chicken noodle soup tonight. So got a chicken carcass. I don't get rid of the full carcass when you make a whole chicken, so I might boil all that, get a good broth going. Noodles. I think it'll be good. I want to put both headphones in, but it didn't come through my speakers. Now it's fine with speakers for one headphone. Okay, good. Alright, we're gonna leave the draperies alone for a minute. We're gonna work on this thing. I think we're gonna do what am I gonna do? Alright, I got an idea. Okay. On the fly. Thinking of things on the fly here. Maybe not that one. What color is that? That's bright ivory. What's this one? Okay. I'm going to use a little bit of pale yellow. Figure out where I want to put it. Like that. water in this because it's a little thick. Oh, now why don't we put get the moon to make it look like it's round. And then we're gonna need brown, darker brown though. I think I want, well, maybe we need a little bit darker brown. Dark brown, where did you go? There you are. Almost out of this. Get a little dark umber. See if I can get some paint to come out. I don't know if I can get any paint out. Oop, there it is. It's all just hanging right there. All hanging there. Don't need that much. Put this upside down, because I'm almost out of the dark umber there. So what happens if we put like a we got like a partial tree or something here. Otherwise, how did she get through the window? So what happens if I do a little bit of this? That. And then we'll do, just take the brown and then I'll use that bright pale, or that pale yellow. A little too much pale yellow. It all works the same. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. You guys hear my stomach just growl right there? It's like, feed me. Feed me now. I didn't have any lunch. Something like that. Now, I need some greens. Need those greens, baby. These greens. Yeah, these will be perfect. the camo greens. The camo greens. So I'm gonna do some dark camo green and then regular camo green. Hit that first. And then, I don't know where I do it. Regular green. We need to make happy trees. So we're gonna take this thing. I think it's a dry brush, but then it kind of turned into like this circular madness here. So I'm gonna just kind of dip the brush on the tips there. Get rid of some of them real lightly. And then we're going to kind of, oh, maybe it's not going to. Maybe we need to go a little heavier. Or go heavier. Like so. All but 5 ghosts are done. Not bad. Making good progress there. Oh, let's clean that up. We're close to almost getting this thing wrapped up here pretty soon here. Good grief. Let's get rid of that. Now I'm going to take some of that pale yellow. Stuff works good for everything. I'm going to mix it in with the camo green. I'm going to get some real brighter green. Okay, now I'm just gonna go in, re-emphasize the tree branches a little bit. Like that. And a little bit more love for the moon. That. Now, not regular. Where's my regular good old white? Where's me white? What did I do with it? Seriously. Where's my bold titanium white? There it is. Boy, talk about paint hiding among paint. All right, we got there. Okay. Back. That side. Cut. There's nothing too crazy, I guess. Now, I need to go get the God hand so we can cut the piece off of the model and then get it all tapped together. Okay. So we're going to put this off to the side for a touch. Alright. And then we're going to get her. Ooh, she almost fell off and almost fell right into the paint. Oh my goodness. Almost had a horrible accident already. Alright, let's go and get her off here. I'm going to trim up as much as I can. Okay. And we're going to take the fancy god hands here. And go right up with her foot to the best we can. Okay. Get that nice and trimmed up. Now, she is going to get a little attention here. Nothing too serious. Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up? No, go ahead and make the mashed potatoes. That'll be fine. You can have it. Yeah, because I think I'm going to make chicken noodle soup. I'm going to use the chicken carcass and make the soup. After I'm done with streaming. Okay. Okay? Perfect. Now, we just need to get her onto this one. Well, how about we don't do that? My goodness, Brent. Always trying. I'm like, hey, how can I screw this up even worse? Don't even wait for the foot to dry before I do this. Okay. Always something. Right? Always something. Alright. So now we're going to go into the drilling fits. Because we got to pin her, because otherwise, if you just try to glue her on the corner there, she's always going to just break off. So the best thing we can do is try to get her relatively mounted. Now, when you're drilling this thing, she won't be able to use the tip of her foot, so we're going to have to go into right where her leg is so we can get a nice good pin in there. Stick figures on my landscape looks like a toddler with finger paints did them. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it looks like terrible. Nice little something. And then the goal here is just to try to get this thing placed properly. Let's start with a good section of her. Let's do this first. Okay. And so we don't have to mess around or anything. Let's go and pull this part out and just glue it right in place. And then the next is just trying to get this thing to fit proper on. not to glue my foot. Try to not glue my fingers. Okay. Let's get rid of any of the excess glue. All right, so we have her like that. The goal is to try to get her stationed like so. She probably can go like that. Okay. I knew. She needs to go. Can we do this? We need to make sure she goes down. Like that. I like it, so let's do it. Okay. Absorb some of this. I feel like I have too much. Just like that. Not bad, huh? I like it. All right. Enough of this. Let's go and probably will oil wash the background a little bit. Probably should have done that before I put her in place, but I'm only going to be doing a little small things here. Multi-black and do a little cleanup here and there. She should be good to go. Then she'll be ready for a varnish. And we're good. Like I said, probably should have. Wish I had a bigger brush. All my big brushes are all. What the hell? Oh well. Start small and then we'll get big if we actually need it. sponge. And clean up some of this mess. Oh, a little bit dirtier. I like it. Hey, what's up, Jinxstart? How are you doing? How are things? Throw those away. I'm doing well, thank you. Just doing a little bit of work. I'm trying to get this guy all done and then get this gal all done, and then we can work on the next little project here. I'm pretty much done with this thing. Don't think I got much more to do. Just need a little satin black. Just for some things. A little bit of trimming. A little bit of trimming. Alright guys, now I'm just kind of waiting for this thing to dry up a bit, and then I think this one I'll call it quits, and then she can add with my other ones. We're starting to develop a little bit better on base development and what have you. Oh, I can't even get this one even out of here. There we go. And then the other one, so we have her like that. We got this one like this. So, not half bad. Not half bad, gotta say. Can't complain. Always can complain, I guess I can say. Always can complain. All right. Waiting for this to dry, then we can start working on our back over to the night. So we were working on some nights. Trying to get my 40K army all up and going. Another paper towel. So we'll work on this next project. It's not bad, right? It's not bad for trying to think of concepts of putting miniatures into. I need to start working a little bit more so. I think the best course of action of putting things in here is to try to come up with a blueprint first. So actually have like some form of a sketch plan. Doing them on the fly like I'm doing, just thinking up a concept and start working on them. It's relatively difficult to make it to execute it to what I'm thinking of, and I think it'll probably be better if I sat down and started actually like sketching out like a blueprint of some kind of how we want to do things, but not too bad on a fly here. Like just doing what we're thinking right off the jump. I think if I actually started planning it out a little bit better, I think those will work out better. But on the good note is that they are coming out relatively well. I would do spending a little bit more time on these miniatures and stuff, so smoothing things out a little bit more. The miniature itself looks great. We just got to make sure that we can make the base of it sitting where it's sitting on as good as the model itself. So that's another thing. I just got to start thinking of more concept ideas. When we get the concept idea and actually kind of sketch out and everything like that, then I can kind of plan it a little bit better. It's kind of hard to do it on stream while I'm sitting here like building bases and doing weird things and things that we haven't done before, like the draperies, rods, all those kind of things. The draperies made out of brass. We made brass sheets and we literally just folded them up to get them to look like that, and we just did a brass rod, taking little ends and bits and pieces of stuff. Epoxy putty. Probably could have spent a little bit more time on the epoxy putty, watering it down, smoothing it out a little bit more. Smoothing the opening a little bit more would be great. I was planning on adding the windows, but then I decided not to add the windows, like the window shutters. So I was planning on doing window shutters, and the window shutters would go inside here, but something like that, and something like that. We would paint the shutters, of course, but you know, I was gonna do something of that sort, but then I decided not to, so we'll just have it as an opening instead. Like maybe the shutters went outside. How about that? How about that? Like the shutters went out. So actually, you know what would have been funny? We actually took the shutters and literally just stuck them right out here. Then you'll be like, why the hell is there window shutters outside? Like the window shutters are like this on both sides. And then you look in here and you're like, oh, okay. Probably another thought process there. Another brainstorming idea. I was sitting there looking, going like, having the window shutters here and having the window here looking on the back side of her. So you would have the window shutters open, and then you would just paint what you see on the back side of this. So it'll be pretty much the back side of her, and then what you're going to be seeing past her inside the room. And then paint it on this side with the windows open. Yeah? Something to brainstorm about down the road. But I gotta say, for a giveaway piece, not too bad. She's not perfect enough to do kind of yeah. Wouldn't it be cool though if the concept you see here is outside with the moon trees or whatnot, and then literally open up the windows here, and then you'll see the backside of her, and then what you're gonna like paint her on here, and then what she's like attacking. So you can put like the little weird dude or whatever. I think that's kind of a cool concept idea. I feel like that's something that we'll try to utilize on something down the road. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because I spent a lot of time, like, I agree with you, Jinx. Like, I'm on the same boat pattern there. Like, I'm on the same boat. So it's just like, I need to make sure to make my bases look just as good as the miniatures that I'm putting them on. And, like, storytelling and stuff like that, I think that's, like, a huge, huge plus. If you can execute those properly, I think those place you way higher on, like, if you're going to go for, like, Golden Demons and, like, competitions and stuff. Because I'm like, look at your competition pieces. Now, you got ones that are painted just beautifully. Like, the model looks great, but the base is, like, so-so. But because of the model looks, like, stellar, that they score so high and being, like, finalists and, you know, gold, silver, and bronze. But then most of the time you look at your gold, silver, and bronze, they're in these, like, wonderful storytelling of the base. Some a little bit more extravagant than others. Like the Slayer Sword winner, you know, it's almost like a diorama. So that kind of shows you exactly how much you can actually place on a base for a singular miniature. And having, like, you know, that little wizard dude and all the bookshelves and the books and the staffs and the everything that's surrounding him, and placing him like he's in a laboratory mixing his own dealios. Like, those are wonderful pieces to see. And then, like, other ones where you see, like, the knight that was like, it's like a knight dude on a horse coming down a path with a big giant tree and whatnot on one side. Like, it's a beautiful base and it's painted just as well as the miniature. And I feel like if you get into that kind of thing, instead of just trying to put in a painted miniature on a mediocre base and then trying to compare paint jobs, because I feel like there is definitely people that can paint way better than I can put out there. So, like, what can I do is to try to tell a better story on a base. Like, that is, I feel like that's like a huge, huge deal. So that's why I'm practicing. I'm practicing more and more and more, trying to lay them out. But I do believe that blueprinting out, at least sketching something up where you want to place the miniature into, works out good. Like, because she was just on, like she herself was just on this little crusty old whatever base here. So I was like, well, she has a great action pose. I do like the action that she's in. But she looks like she has like these little shuriken blades or whatever. And it looks like she's gonna assassinate someone. So I figure, like, coming through a window, I think that would work good. So yeah, it mostly is just trying to get my story game up and going, and trying to execute more base work and trying to get the bases looking really nice. And they look okay, but I feel like I can do, it needs to be spent almost equal amount of time as the miniature. So, and then also big thing too, like another thing, like what I would draw this miniature, like the miniature itself looks great. I feel like the non-metallic metals came out good. Like, you zoom on, I feel like, come on, suck in. Okay. So I feel like the transitions were working out pretty well. I think that the purple armors and everything else, I think that the transition parts look great on her. Yeah, just like your paintings on canvas don't have backgrounds, just a black background, just straight out black, and then paint the canvas of the miniature that you want. And 2D art works good too in that aspect. With these 3D models, I always feel like they need to be in like a comic book pose, like comic book action. So like trying to put it in a scenario of some kind. See, I think like the concept on this one would have been great if I can execute the backgrounds a little bit better. Hey, what's up, Hecatone? But then like on this thing too, like the reason why I pull it is that on the cape here, I wasn't paying enough attention on the cape. I actually have a slight divot, like a divot where the mold lines, the seam lines where they glued together. I thought I filled them and I didn't. And there's another one. It's right here. And there's like this slight little divot in the model itself. So I need to think like another good thing to be on top of is making sure that your model looks great. Because let alone that you put a paint job on there and it looks good and stuff. But then if you come across one of these seam lines and stuff, it'll ding you good on pointage. But other than that, I mean, I feel like the non-metallic metals are looking good. So that's like a plus on that end. And I'm trying to get a better storytelling going here, which is getting better. I just need to be able to execute them a little bit better. I got gout? Shoot, man. That's one blessing I don't have. That's one Nurgle blessing I don't have is gout. But who knows? Every time I click a year older, there's always something special coming up. This year, big time this year it's been happening the last like handful of years. I just didn't really pinpoint what was making me so like ill feeling all the time. Like I was just feeling sick most of the time. And I was like upset stomachs, all this kind of stuff. And then like, yeah, I got Nurgle blessed with lactose intolerant. So I can only imagine what next year is going to give me. I think like 2 years ago or so, it was just like Nurgle blessed me with acid reflux, which that's wonderful. Normally happens most of the time when you're sleeping at night. Acid reflux, just dying. I'm literally dying, waking up feeling like you're having like what I would presume is a heart attack. Because it hurts so bad in the chest. Oh yeah, hernia situation. That was last year. I go in surgery for the hernia for my belly button next month on the 9th. So then I'll have 6 weeks off. Yeah, and then gout. So but maybe next year, Hecatone. Next year, maybe Nurgle's gonna bless me with some gout. And then I'm just gonna be a heaping pile of mess. That's what. I just know something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. The date 11 25. Perfect. Got that going there. Oh, why are you falling apart? I don't know. I don't know. I just am. It's been bad. I've always had problems with anxiety really bad too. And it got worse after I had my son, and that's like 13 years ago. Like 13 years ago when my son was born, it was a lot of like big enough complications to keep him in the hospital for a month. plus surgeries and everything else that he had. I think after my son was born, just the stress level of all this stuff that happens all at once, and then also my wife's mental health at that time as well, I think it just broke me internally. So my anxiety is so bad. Like my anxiety is so bad. It's not really full panic attacks, but it's enough where it just like I just feel horrible as soon as I step outside the house. Like I'm staying inside the house and I'm like I feel relatively comfortable. Or then like going places, going stuff, like traveling. Oh my God, traveling's been so bad. Even when I went in 2023, when I went to Adepticon and stuff, like I had a great time and stuff, but talking about like 2 hours of just not feeling well in the hotel before I can even step out to go to the conventions and stuff. Like I was feeling horrible. Like I was just feeling horrible. It was just so unbelievable. Like I've never had that years ago. I've had some anxiety, but this one's just been just so bad. So just even thinking about traveling and going places, like my anxiety is just like through the roof, like almost to the point of just wanting to throw up. I'm just like, I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on with me. But I know it started happening as soon as I had my son. So when my son was born, the anxiety was just terrible. Like working all day, going to the hospital, spending most of the evening at the hospital, back to work, back to the hospital, back to work, back to the hospital, dealing with all these things that were just getting thrown at me all the time. Then my wife not feeling well mentally broke her really good when our boy wasn't, perfect, of course. And then I had to raise my boy by myself for a little short period of time until my wife got better, and then still had to take care of my son while my wife was trying to fix herself a little bit. And so, yeah, it was just many years of this. And then after everything's kind of good and quiet, now I'm like, oh my God, everything is just horrible inside. That's how it feels. Like, what's going on with my insides? Oh, I like being home. Oh my God. I love being home. Except for work in your studio, yeah. Oh yeah, it's bad, Hecatone. It's bad. It's so bad. Like most of the time I'm just like trying not to like crack. Like I'm sitting there, I'm just like, oh my gosh. So I'm at the conventions and I'm not that pleasant. Like I start going into conventions, I'm really open, I'm really like talkative, and I really like talking to everybody and stuff like that. But then I'm like not feeling well. And so now I'm like not really talking too much or conversing or being like slightly friendly. I'm trying my best at the conventions, but I'm a mess. Like I'm an absolute mess. All the people, yeah. Oh, everybody got smacked with ads. Yeah, it's a lot, and I don't know. I think I just gonna have to just kind of work through it and hopefully just keep doing it more often and trying to travel. But yeah, like another thing that came up too was like what was interesting because normally I can fly with no problems, but nowadays flying feels extremely scary. I don't know why all of a sudden it just hit me. It hit me so bad for traveling. Oh man, it was bad. To the point where I'm like, do I just go and get like a camper and just start just driving across country until I have to do a Euro trip again? And even that one's gonna be kind of rough. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying my best. But yeah, for competition wise, it's been nice actually working on these pieces here. So it's kind of getting my competitive game going up again because I was painting just massive pieces of just armies. So we can get them done, get them sold, stuff like that. And the next one we're going to work on is this. Yeah, like Another person that I somewhat like follow around is on like on Facebook. Now I don't know if it's a big story or not, or he's just being clickbait. It's possible. But there's this little guy that can speak like fluently Chinese, but he's super white like me. And I think he lives in New York or whatnot. And I think he was talking about his experience flying to Africa. And because he learns languages in like 2 weeks, and then he can like speak that language relatively fluently, and he has like a bazillion languages that he knows. I can't remember what the hell his name is, but he's talking about he was going to go to like Ghana or whatever in Africa or whatnot, and I guess the plane ran out of fuel about halfway across the Atlantic or something like that. I'm like, oh my god. Like, oh my god. I don't know if I could handle stuff like that. I'm like, oh, you're saying like the plane was like running out of fuel. Like, I think he made it there, but like barely made it there. Like, it was almost a quite of an emergency that, you know, he made it there, but they were almost out of fuel when they were getting there. Like the plane died. Like they were like gliding into the runway. Like they just like ran out of fuel. I'm like, oh my god, it's too much. There's too much. SMC next year, a trip from US to Netherlands. I'm already freaking out. Oh my gosh, yeah. Europe trips are rough. Making things slightly better. Actually, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I need to go grab something real fast. But yeah, traveling that far, going all the way to the Netherlands, Jinx, that's pretty. That's a hell of a trip. Most of the time, it's just kind of where you're going to be staying. Not staying, but like breaks. Long trips need breaks. You know, a lot of people like, you know, one-way trip to one area. It's like you need breaks. Being crammed in an airplane sucks. You're not a flying either. If you're driving, at least you have some control as you have the steering wheel. You make the decisions. Also, if something bad happens in a car, you don't have that far to fall. Yeah, like for sure. Like there's like There's nothing you can do when you're in an airplane. And airplanes are just like, they're just so scary because you're so high. Blackberries. Yeah, eat a little something. And yeah, they always say, and then like the funny thing is like the plane companies or like the flight companies or whatever, like United Airlines or all the airlines, I guess I should say, when an accident does happen, but then they're just like, well, there's more deaths in cars than people, and I'm like, yeah, yes, but that's individual person. I'm like, you're responsible, like one pilot, one plane holding 200 people, you know. There's no decision making there. It's either, you know, you're good or you're not. It's just like, oh, it's like such a high risk. This is scary. It's scary. But yeah, but flying from here to the Netherlands, that's a far stretch. Cause you guys say like going from like here, like going like where I live in Nevada to San Francisco is probably the closest international airport. I know that Vegas is probably one of them now. I think they made Vegas into an international airport. But yeah, you go like previously when we went, it was like San Francisco, and it's like all the way to like Germany is like 20 hours. So long being in a plane. So long being in a plane. It's a lot of flying. Now, if you break that up, I would say like you go to San Francisco, and then you go to like New York or Chicago, like that cuts off like 6 hours, and then from there, go across the pond. It's just having a break before you launch off to a long stretch, like the long leg stretch there. It's going from there to there. You're probably going all the way to Heathrow, England. And then from England, you're going to the Netherlands. Possibly you stop in somewhere else before you go to the Netherlands, but in Heathrow, and then being able to have a break. Like, I don't mind having breaks in between my flights. I've been enjoying those a lot more. A lot of people like one way goes, and I'm just like, nah, I'd rather have like 3 or 4 stops. It's exhausting. Thing that helps out with the exhaustion too, I know it's expensive though. Okay, we don't have any. My bad. Is upping up your class of seats. When we're in like a business class, I know it's expensive, but it is nice when you're able to lay down. Like you can literally like, and you can actually sleep. You can just sit there and just pop, 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 and then just like gone for the whole flight. So whether you make it or you don't, you're out. It's just, that's nice. That's probably the best. I have to say that's the best. It's more expensive? Sort of. A lot of times, like if you're flying within the States, more stops is not that more expensive than, normally it's cheaper when you have multiple stops. But I'm just saying, like, it's nice to wherever you're at to go at least get across majority of the United States, depending on where you're at. Now, if you're on the East Coast, no problem. You just ride over. Then you just take that trip over there. See, I'm all the way on the west. So I'm in like Nevada. So I like to actually get like that 6 hours and have a little bit of a breather break before we get on the international flight and then fly all the way out. So like from like Nevada, normally they always send me to California and then over there to like Midwest, or even if I'm going to the Midwest or going to the East Coast, I always have to fly backwards before I can go forwards. So I do that, and if you get that, and you get that 6 hours done of flying first, and then you have a little bit of breather break, maybe something to eat, and then fly over across the pond. So my wife's from France, so going to French trips, those are much easier, shortening up your time to get there. Yeah, see, like from there, I'd rather have a break than take the whole flight. So normally they'll be like, go international from San Francisco, and then you'll go, or maybe LA, San Francisco. I normally San Francisco. And then that whole flight to get all the way over to Europe is like 19, 20 hours of just being in a plane all day. You're just like, oh, it's a whole day of it. Yeah, and then going, so I like going from like here to hit the international would be probably better to hit the international in like New York or Chicago. And then from there, at least you cut off like 4 to 6 hours off of your travel. And then you're able to get up, walk around and whatnot, and then fly the rest of the way. It's been nice. That's I like those. If you're riding coach, if you're going to do a coach flight, that's my favorite to do, is at least take a break in that. Because my wife's from France, so we make trips to Europe all the time, and I'm always dead from doing that. But if you're going to fly coach, you go, yeah, I do that and break it up and then get some time. To stretch your legs and whatnot, get something to eat when you're over at like New York or Chicago or whatnot, one of those two, and then take the flight all the way over. Then there from like, say if you're in New York to England, it's only like 7 hours, like 7 hours of flying, which is way better because you already did 6, right, across the country. And then you did like another 6 to 7 hours to hit England. It's nice having that break. It's nice because when you do the whole thing, taking 16 hours to get to where you need to go, it's exhausting being in that plane with that noise constant. You're just like, oh, I'm dying. And then I'm really tall too. So I'm 6 foot, so I'm just crammed in these things. And then one time we're going to Europe, going to France, see my wife's family and stuff. So we'll go here, and then they mixed up our things for our seating, and so they bumped us upgrade. Now this ruined me. It was excellent for the upgrade, so they upgraded us up into business class. And when we went to business class, I'm like, I'll never fly ever again. I'll pay whatever it is to get into business class, because I flew coach many times going over to Europe and stuff, and then we got upgraded to business class because of an accident that happened. And oh my gosh, the business class was like absolutely stellar. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, you literally like anything, you can recline all the way back, you can fully sleep in the plane. Yeah, it spoiled me horribly. Your longest flight was 20 hours. Yeah, that gets you all the way across the country. Like a non-stop flight, 20 hours gets you all the way to Europe and no problem from here. And yeah, when I got in business class, and then the crazy thing is we go up, we got business class all the way over to Europe, going to England, and then England into France. And so we'll go England, France, or you go from here all the way to Germany, like Berlin or whatnot, and then you'll go into France or whatever, either way. And that business class, because I was always exhausted. It takes me like 3 days jet lag just to get over things when I'm in coach, because you're just miserable. You're up for a whole day, like a solid day, like doing nothing but just counting sheep. You can't sleep. You have to be upright. You can't back recline because there's no room, right? So when we had the business class, I was able to recline and just sleep. Like it was just like drinking heavily and then just on my way to where we had to go, and then like just waking up and you're like, oh, I only got like 2 hours left. I was like, this is fantastic. And we landed in England, and then from England we went into France, and I was like, I felt so good. It cut out my jet lag. I didn't have any jet lag. I was able to rest the whole time, so jet lag didn't even bother me at that time. So now we just do business class. That's why it's so expensive for me to go to Europe now. Wasn't so bad when there was just 2, me and my wife, but now we have a 3rd one with our kid, and I'm like, I will never fly coach. Business class is the only one I'm going with. Yeah, you do. Once you're able to rest while you're doing those big flights. And I did a bunch of flights. We've been to Europe, like seeing our family, and then from there, transportation's trains. So I just need the flight to get over there, and I take trains everywhere I go. And trains are nice. I love the trains over there in Europe. Every country of Europe in their train system is amazing. There's not one where I was like, oh, that's trash. Nope. It's not like our own rickety, rackety friggin' Amtrak nonsense we have here. I mean, it's like awesome. Yeah, I can't do that in coach. Most of the time I'm just drunk and uncomfortable. I'm just so uncomfortable. That's my biggest one. Australia rocks. Nice. One of these days I'll try to get back over on the flying the other way. I don't know, there's something about the Atlantic feels a little bit more comfortable than the Pacific, because the Pacific is so huge. It's like so large. It scares me a bit to try to fly over that. I have like this great fear of, I don't like oceans. Like, some people love the ocean. I do not like oceans. Like, there is stuff in there. You are not the top of the food chain. Like, even if you stranded me in the middle of Africa with giant animals, I still feel like I have a relative chance. But in the water, I have no chance. No chance at all. Like, it's so scary. You can't see anything. The ocean's so scary. It's so scary. Oh, I hate the ocean. No matter which one it is. I don't care if it's the Pacific one. I've seen that many times up and down the California coast and whatnot. Like, I've been in it. I get scared so bad from the Pacific Ocean. I've been over on the Atlantic Ocean. It terrifies me. It's so scary. So scary. Well, yeah. But, you know, there's so many other things, though. Like, yeah, sharks like number one on your list in there. But there's all sorts of everything. From like a school of jellyfish could possibly kill you. Just a school of them. You just get stung to death until you just like, you can't move. You're just numb. You can't swim anymore. Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. Like stingrays, big giant squids. Like, I'm good. I'm good. Like, I don't want to be anywhere in that. Hey, there's aliens down there. Yeah. Haven't you guys seen the abyss? It's an excellent movie. I do believe it. I can see aliens down there. Heck yeah. All right. Let's get on this one. Now I feel better. I was getting a little weak. All right, so this goes for the big giant knight. So I have a whole bunch of big old knights that we're trying to finish up. And they're beautiful. I love these things. Like, this is like, if you ever want to get into 40K, like, knights are awesome. You can do so much cool stuff with them. lot of potential. You got a lot of real estate. Like, you got tons of real estate to do. Start practicing freehand. If you're not really like strong on the freehand thing, like these things like panels are beautiful to work on, right? And then we always put some form of a mural on top. My other knight has Sanguinius on there. This one has Dante. And then this one here for the new knight. Yeah. New knight is, we're going to be sitting here working with Ashtaroth, sticking him on here. So, you just got so much real estate. You can put all sorts of stuff everywhere. So, I was working a little bit on the face. We'll get back to the face in a little bit. We're going to start working on trying to get the golds working or what have you. And the wings and all that stuff. Like this thing here is not painted because this here is like a railing. All right. So let's go and spin our palette around so I have some room here. All right, use a little bit of warm gray. A little warm gray. Bright neutral grays. All right, let's try to work some. Oh, actually, hold on 1 second. Like I have it in my head. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I figured. So technically we're not gonna make like wings. Not gonna make feathers. We're gonna make like a relatively illusion of feathers. So like, never mind. Never mind. Gosh dang, I'm choking to death. It went down the wrong hole, I tell you. It went down the wrong hole. Oh my goodness. I want to go outside the silhouette that I have here. I want to try to go outside that silhouette. So it looks a little bit more naturally like it's meant to be there. This is really hard when you got these big bulges. up here. Just do the best you can. It's hard to get a nice, like, thin line work when you got rise pieces. But we're gonna try and make best what we can. Now, if you relatively go into these slightly diamond forms here, they'll kind of somewhat naturally make their own feather look, but I think we're gonna go without doing the leather look, feather look. Does Dante have wings? He has a big jetpack. He doesn't have like wings per se. He has like a big jetpack. Ashtorath has wings, and then now the new Sanguinary Guard, they took away the wings and gave them big giant jump packs, but they had like wings on their jump pack. Which they should have never got rid of. Especially like those cool like Stormcast Eternal models that have like those really beautiful wings that come off the back of them. Like it's crazy how much like time and effort GW applies to certain things. Like they literally redid the Sanguinary Guard and took the wings away, but then they made like the Stormcast Eternals with these big, beautiful, elegant wings coming off of them, and I'm like, well, why couldn't you just transfer that to your 40K models? Like, it's just kind of weird where like time is spent. Like you guys spent a lot of time on your older models with the Sanguinary Guard and their really cool looking wings that they have. And then like Ashtorath, like they redid Ashtorath. Ashtorath has like these beautiful black wings that come off of them. And then all the rest are like, here's Sanguinary Guard with just like this silly jump pack. I'm like, oh. Well, I'd figure that, you know, you'd put a little bit of effort in there. But like, I do like the wings for the like the old Sanguinary Guard, like the wings. But the problem with those ones were that they always kept breaking off all the time. Like that was like the... I get there. Whoops, wrong way. Silly me. Well, then I was like looking at the previews for next week. See, now I thought that they were probably going to do like 2 weeks, but for the Combat Patrol, the Christmas boxes, Combat Patrol, the Battle Force boxes, and then they, I mean, immediately released those Assault Terminators. I was surprised. Normally it takes them like forever to get something that came out of a Battle Force box. Normally always takes them like a really long time to release the other ones as like individual box purchases. That's slightly better. As the Saturnine, have you dipped into the Saturnine box, Hecatone? I know I have, but I'll tell you, those Saturnine Terminators, most ridiculous Terminators around. Even that freaking Dreadnought. I mean, they're cool looking, that's one thing. But, man, those things are miserable. Oh, golly. I would never want to build more unless I absolutely have to. Like, they have to be so stupid good that you would have to build more is the only reason that I would do that for gameplay. But other than that, no. No, thank you. No, thank you. Those things were freaking miserable. Worst things I've ever put together. And I put together a lot of crappy things. But I think that thing pretty much tops the cake there. For the Saturnine? The Saturnine Terminators? How much would I charge for a commission for those? Well, you gotta put in your time, effort of magnetizing them because there's a lot of them. So you have two different weapon sets that go on them. They can have double cannons or double heavy autos or whatever there are. So you're gonna have to magnetize them because they just don't hold. They say I could just pop them in there, but I think they're gonna need to be magnetized. So you gotta do magnetizations. Magnetizations on anything, normally I always like charge like an extra $50 for magnetizing stuff. Yeah, and then the building process, they suck. Now, you gotta just be prepared when you're building them to make sure that you have them placed on the bases properly. Then they might not be so bad. But like I had to dig apart like 2 or 3 of them. Like trying to I reapplied the Tamiya extra thin just to try to get the pieces to move again, to try to get them to sit on there properly. But when you're doing magnetization on weapons and you're gonna do that, you want to actually make sure that you add your magnetization. The builds Well, let me see here. And then also I go for the price of what they are. Does Saturnine Terminators come separately still, or are they just part of the box? Let me look real quick. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I need my hair. Excuse me, sorry. Give me a second. I'll sit there. I'll roughly guess it. Saturnine Terminator Squad. So they're giving you a set of 4 for $82. Let's see here, on 80, 160. I would go anywhere between, and you're doing 4 of them. So like from me, actually that'll be a good start, about 300, but I would think like for 4, bottom end would probably be about, for 4 of them, 160, 5, be 210. I would probably do them for 250 for 4. 50, 100, 200, plus magnetizations. Yeah. Yeah, I would do about 250. Then that would be like for a set of 4. Because they come as a set of 4. So I like at least 250, because it'd be about $50 for magnetizing, because you got to make sure that the magnetizing looks good. And that's where I spend most of my time doing, is trying to get the magnets to work right. Yeah, but if you start getting too high, then you're not going to be able to get rid of them. It's not like it didn't... They were miserable to put together, but it wasn't like they were... It wasn't like it was hard for all the parts to go together. It's just when you do that final build, that's where it's the big pain in the butt. And then you got to magnetize all the weapons. And when you're doing like sets of 4, you got to make sure that all the Terminators, when you're magnetizing, that all the weapons can snap on each one of them exactly the same. You can't mix up the polarizations on the magnets. That probably takes me the longest to do over top of building the miniatures themselves. Even though that Saturnine is a royal pain in the butt. It's a million pieces for one of these things. It's true. But yeah, I'd place it around 250 for 4. Yeah, and then if you're gonna magnetize them, you gotta make sure that like all the polarizations work. So you have 4 Terminators. They have 2 arms each, so that's 8 arms. That's because you can have doubles of everything. So they all have plasmas, 2, 4, 6, 8. You have 16 weapons, plus painting the 16 weapons. So maybe you're not too far off, about $300 for doing that with 16 weapons plus magnetizations. Probably not a bad gig there. Mostly I was doing 10 Phoenix termies. The heck's a Phoenix termy? And a Lord Exultant. What's in it? Is the Phoenix termies part of the heresy stuff? For Emperor's Children. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. All right. Okay. Guys, once you start naming Terminators, if they're not just regular Terminators or Assault Terminators, once they have like specific names to them, I feel like they're heresy stuff.
You know what time it is? It's magic time!
Magic time with Space Nifty. What's up, dude? Tired? Had a lot of partying going? Did you ever get to be part of a clan? Hanging around with some barbarian cougars? Let's see here. At least 400,000 people there Saturday. Oh my goodness. It was hard to find spots to have like 5 feet of open space around me. I know, I'm working on it though. Just a park full of friggin' Austrian Arnolds and stuff like that. Like, what to drink? Come have a drink with me. You're so tiny, I can just crush you up. Oh boy. You better go get a bottle of penicillin for that. And hope that penicillin can cover some of the problems with those swinger clubs. Those boomer parties. I bet. I bet. Smelled like boiled hot dogs. Smelled like boiled hot dogs and room temperature friggin' bologna. Sorry, that came out funnier than I was expecting it to. Wow, that's crazy. That thing got popular. Has it always been that full before? I never really heard you guys ever complain about how many people are there. And then that was for just the barbarian one. How about the pirate one? Was the pirate one that busy too? Cause I don't recall you ever saying that was like super busy or not. See, like the pirate one wasn't that busy, but the barbarian one was crazy busy. Interesting. Oh, the barbarian one is the most popular? Okay. I thought like the medieval one or whatever would be like really popular. I never thought like the barbarian one would be that popular. Interesting. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go and take a leak real quick. Alright. I think the wings don't look half bad. Now we just gotta get the rest of this stuff working here. I got a few beers left over. Not bad. It was a good time. That's a lot of people, though. I gotta say that's a ton of people. Ooh. Things are scaring me. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go in a little bit of Arctic blue. Trying to get this power axe to go up to where we want it to be. Wrong color. Now we gotta go into black. Thickness there. Oh crap. Now we've got to play with some golds to get everything kind of blending in properly, and then at chorus time. Mine's been a sober Sunday. No drinks, no nothing. I'm streaming with nada. Normally my Tuesdays and Fridays always have some form of a beverage, but Sundays, if I'm drinking on Sunday afternoon, then something has gone wrong. I think I should just use, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the scale 75s to get my golds going. Before I was using Pro Krill, but then that means I have to use the glazers. So instead, I'm gonna go scale 75. We're gonna do Sahara Yellow. Now we're gonna go Soul Yellow. Maybe. I don't think I mixed it up very well. Vortex mixer. Yeah, so it's gonna be really nice if I can get. There you go. That's a little bit better. And we're gonna do the Tenier Yellow. Coors is hardly drinking. What you need is those Michelob Ultras. Now that's not drinking. Supper time, lurking because Corn wants it. Always appreciate it, Dragoon. Some near yellow. That sorts. Works good. Taking the dogs for a walk, because Corn wants that. No problem. Now I'll be done here. And got about another 45 minutes on the clock. And I get to make some chicken noodle soup. For dinner tonight. See what tomorrow has in store for me. For work-wise, hopefully I can get the other set of 10 Necrons done. Necron Warriors, and then I'm down to 20. Whack out all 20 of those, and then I'll be putting those on my eBay store, so that one will be a pleasant surprise to be done with those. It'll be lovely. Lovely, I say. Oh. Take some of this white. Almost there.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutants! Purge the unclean!
Purging the unclean here. Scrap mechanics. Appreciate that follow. Thank you. How's it going? Color. You like the paint job? Appreciate it. Just practice, man. It's just practice. It's all practice. Ooh, came in a little too hot there. A little too heavy. A little bit better. A bit better. Fuzzing out lines. That's all I'm doing is just fuzzing stuff now. Perfect. I like it. I don't think I need to mess around too much more on this. I think we got it. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, I got a cramp. Oh, dude, no. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, that hurts so bad. Oh. I need Pedialyte. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, man. I'm really trying to man this out, guys. I'm trying to man it out. Oh. Oh, goodness grief. Oh, I'm tired of getting old already. Oh, I never get cramps. Oh, my word. What the hell? Whew. Oh, man alive. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I almost, oh. Goodness grief. All right. I think Astrorath looks nice and pretty. I don't think I really need to do any much more. I think we got the point across. Well, maybe we gotta do something about red. We gotta do something here. I need one more highlight on that red. Let's see if this will do it. And Reese is, don't. Oh man, I was thinking like, holy crap, no, I died. I died. Oh man, that was a cramp, dude. Oh, it's like my leg's super sore right now. I haven't got a cramp in a long time. Just trying to brighten up the red just a touch more. Trying to give a little bit more depth. Trying to highlight the top parts, abs, chest. It's hard to tell the difference. Oh, dude, cramps. I was trying to man it out, dude. I was trying to man it out. Otherwise, oh, me screaming like a little girl. Oh man, and it's just like, it's just super tight right now. That's a little better. I like that. We'll see how it goes when we do a full wash on it. But all in all, not bad. Now I think I could probably highlight a certain amount of areas. We're gonna take this bold titanium white. Ooh, see, there's a spot I already missed. So that'll be right here. That. And then we're going to give the highlights of the bold titanium white on the wings. It's the brightest that we can go. Okay. What was I doing? Sorry, I just had like a moment. Alright, and then we're gonna go there. And the next set of brightness will be right here. That. I like it. Man, I normally don't ever get cramps, but oh my word, that one sucked. Yeah, I mean, it wakes you in the middle of the night, like, that one hurt, like, and that was like a mild one, and that one hurt that bad. Oh my gosh. All right. I guess I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave this be just like it is. That looks good. We got Astra Wrath. Now I'll do the panels, but we gotta get the chassis done. So I got this big giant chassis that we gotta do. So it's like a bunch of silvers and what have you. It's magnetized. So we're gonna be sitting here just hammering down a bunch of silvers. Working with silvers. And I have this one for reference. We'll put this over here. Put that there so I can refer what I'm going to be painting with on this one. We'll go into number 2. Ugh, choking again. Okay. About 20 minutes of working on nights. It's gonna be nice because now I can get this final night done and everything's gonna look just fine. And we're doing good. We're doing good. All right, so now I need, I believe it'd be dark silver. So we're gonna be doing dark silver back into the Pro Krills. Pretty much all of this has been done with Pro Krills anyways. But it says this is gonna be Death Company. All the reds that I normally do are gonna be changed to transparent black. Which that's one where I'm gonna have to go to the store and pick up transparent black. So I don't have another bottle of transparent black. I got like an old ancient bottle of transparent black. Yeah, so I'll be in there boiling some chicken and stuff. Making chicken noodle soup for tonight. And try to finish up the rest of the 10 Necron warriors I have. I'm close. But like I always say, like Necrons are relatively easy to paint. They can sometimes be kind of a pain in the butt to build, but that's not my issue at hand. It is just getting them painted. I believe when I'm done with Necrons, it'll be over 200 miniatures. Oh, be a good little batch to get done and get them sold. I'm just excited that we're just down to the last night right now. And then I got a nice good amount of miniatures. All done. It's gonna be nice having an actual army to play. And then I think that and up to a calf cramp. Oh man, dude, like I normally don't get them. I can't believe I had a cramp like while I was streaming. I normally don't. A lot of times I do. Well, I do get cramps, but they're at times. My worst cramps are like in between my shoulder blades. I think it's just because I just paint for long periods of time in an awkward, hunched over painting all the time. And it's been getting like worse. And it's like right where your shoulder blade is, it's like right under there, it'll just knot up like super tight, like a cramp. It'll just hit and I'll be like, oh my God, and it's just, it is unbelievably painful. Hurts really bad. Leg cramps hurt horribly. I can't believe I had a leg cramp while I was streaming today. Normally I'm pretty solid. Can't believe before now, and now I'm getting to the point now I'm gonna have to start stretching before I stream every night. Or every time that I stream. excited. Yeah, 'cause we get these done, and then we're gonna be getting chassis done here. Those look all right. I don't have to do anything with those. Never had one of those. Never had one of those. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. That sounds miserable. Oh my gosh. That's probably like being kicked in the nuts, dude. Like that gotta be terrible. A groin cramp? Ugh. Scrap can. You're gonna hate life when you get one. It's so bad. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't ever want to experience one of those. fun stuff blocking things in. Ooh. It's been awesome. I've been really enjoying this third day of streaming. It's just that I'm just actually getting so much more stuff done. Let alone than my days off, because normally my days off I'm working on stuff that goes on eBay, which the eBay store has been slowed down just a touch because, well, it wouldn't be if I didn't screw up so badly on the Necron Warriors getting those pieced together. I'll have that thing stocked up. I'm hoping to get rid of all my Necron Warriors. Be awesome. Oh yeah, I can only imagine. I've never had one, but that sounds freaking horrid. Need a gum change. Look at that. When I'm having fun, it's time to close up shop.
Are you not entertained?
Russell Korn yelling at me.
Is this not why you are here?
Isn't that why you are here? Oh, I sound like an old man there. Choking to death. Well, I gotta say, it was a good day today. We really accomplished more than I thought we were gonna get done today. Okay. Well, perfect. Almost got one leg almost done with all the silvers. Alright, well, I think that's enough accomplishments for one day. Did pretty good for this 5-hour run. Not bad at all. So, let's recap what we got going. We finished Maleneth the Witchblade, or whatever her face is called. We got the whole scenario and everything all done with her. Oh, pretty nice. So that looks good. So that'll be ready for the last Friday of the month. And then we finished up Ashtrath. Get that all done. Might work a little bit more on the face, but we'll get there when we get there. And you got sound effects. That's right. And then we're going to be working on this last of the nights. Blank. Herkenjegris. Is it hollow? I do not know. That is a weird question. From what I can tell from sprues, they seem hollow. Hold on. Let's see. What am I after? That's what I'm after. I'm thinking that the model you're thinking of, for some reason I feel like they're oh yeah, yep. You're talking about the space dwarves. Leagues of Voton. All Leagues of Voton are hollow. They're a giant pain in the butt. Not as bad as the Saturnine box, but they're damn close. They're second runners. Takes like takes like 25 pieces per miniature. Because, yeah, they're hollow. Yeah. They're all hollow. Those are, the character models are, all of them. All of them are hollow. Super hollow. Shoot. Everything is. All of them are. The character units, the character models are hollow. It drives me insane. I think I was putting together, let's see here. So they are hollow. I can use the Orc Stormboy parts to connect them better. I guess if you want to go that direction, you can. I'm going to use them to give Storm Boys jackets to make them corn. Oh, okay. Yeah. They're straight up hollow, dude. Full out, all of them are hollow. Yeah, when I was building all the League of Voton characters, I was sitting there, I was like, I was gonna build them and paint them and sell them off. But after I put them all together, I'm like, dude, I put too much work in those. Like, they're ridiculous. Like, they're just weird shaped pieces. Like, they're not even like too hollow, like a back and a front that glue together. They're not like that at all. They're so weird. They're strange. They're like, they have like a side. They have like two. They have a back and a front, and then they have like a side that scoops up. It's just weird, like an L shape. It's like Tetris with those things. And then when you're putting them together, but yeah, they're like 15 pieces per each unit. It's ridiculous, like ridiculous. So the Storm Boys are monopoi solid. Are they? Are Storm Boys mono? Well, I know they're monopos, but they're solid pieces. The Storm Boys? Maybe they are. Like they have like a solid torso. Oh, I guess so, huh? Because they're like part of the knob group. Okay. Oh, they're full solid bodies. Oh, the thing is that it's just a half torso. Alright. Or one solid part, and then the back is another part, is one of those monopost kits. Okay. Another one that needs to be fixed, which I thought they fixed the Storm Boys, but maybe the Storm Boys are still old models. Maybe they were updated like 15 years ago. Don't need the bodies, you just need all the other stuff for them? Yeah. For some reason, I thought they updated the Storm Boys, but I think they updated the Death Copters is what I'm thinking, man. Yeah, well, we'll see when we get into the new edition, though. But, yeah. Dude, guys, I'm stoked. We got so much stuff done. Like, today wrapped up, like, so much things. I don't have to do much more freehand things on this piece here. We might do a little bit more on the face. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're going to be working on the Big Giant Knight, which is very exciting. Super excited about getting freaking the knights done. Get this knight done, we'll be all done. We finished up the armigers. I got to prime the bases. So like the armigers are done. We did these in Death Company. Like a Death Company look here. So those look really good. I got the bases that these things are going to be sitting on. I just need to prime them. So I got them all here. I got these from all Elric Games and Hobbies. So I got the bases so they look like the ones that are right here. You know, nice little bases for them to sit on. And they're a little bit heavier, so I don't have to worry about tippage. But yeah, got these guys so we can get the armigers all done and the knight. And I only did 2 armigers and 1 knight. So I'm super excited. You can see my idea. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can see your idea for doing the Storm Boys. I got you. Yeah, that'll work. Stream, go eat. Whole Monday and Tuesday go well for you. Yeah, me too. Me too. We'll see. I got a bunch of storms coming. It keeps raining, not raining. It's overcast. It's gloomy. It's like I'm in Oregon or Washington. It's just all clouds. Just all clouds. All clouds, rain. Been raining for like 3 days now. Well, it rained like Thursday night really heavily. Friday was nice and clear, but everything was soaking wet. Couldn't work on Friday. Saturday was relatively good. It rained all night. into the morning of today. And then I think it's supposed to rain again tonight, going into Monday morning, and then we'll see how it goes. Plan how to do the two-handed weapons. Oh, you'll be fine, especially if you're gonna... Well, if you're just using the bomber jackets and stuff, well, I don't know. Now, yeah, you're gonna have to think about that for a bit. Shooter bits and then wreck a hammer two-handed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Rosie, you're back. You're back right when we're done. So yeah, everything turned out great. Do a little recap again. We'll close out. We finished up Maleneth Witchblade. She's all done. Nice little lovely little thing we got going here. I think it turned out pretty good for just eyeballing everything to make it work. You're gonna make the cursed one more of a cyborg. That'd be cool. And then practically finished up Ashtaroth, which that turned out really good. I like it. I like it. I like it. So Ashtaroth's all done. And see how we did it a little differently on how I normally do wings. Normally in wings I always put in like the feathers, but this one here we just etched in a whole bunch of lines that represent feathers, building it up and whatnot. So this one's kind of ready to roll. We might do a little bit more on the face or whatnot. And so now we got Tuesday and Friday to work on this knight. I have no commissions. So after I think when we're done with the knights, I think I might do another 40k army. I was thinking about switching over and doing the Night Haunts, which would be a lot of fun to get the Night Haunts done. But I think I want to get a second 40k personal army done. So I think I might work on the Blood Angels next after this. It's getting me kind of worked up for doing Blood Angels anyways. So do the Blood Angels and get a 2,000 point of those done. Then maybe I'll have like my brothers and stuff come over and we'll play games or whatnot. And then at least have like two armies that we can kind of play with. So, and then it'll help me memorize both armies that I plan on playing with anyways, is memorizing movement, shooting, all that kind of stuff. Fashionably late Tuesday so I can play my your intro. No worries. Maybe a looter or two-handed guns. That'll work too, blank. Alrighty guys, closing up shop. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me on this Sunday, making my day special. Thank you all for the follows, subs, resubs. I don't think we had any raids today, but I do appreciate the support here. Also, I'm streaming here and on YouTube, so if you guys are seeing me on YouTube, make sure that you like the video and subscribe to my channel. I'm trying to work on getting all the side quest to 500, main quest to 1,000. I need your guys' help over there on YouTube, so if you guys don't mind helping me out there, that'd be great. Shout out to the sponsors above. You can use those commands in chat, or you can go over to my Discord, Estimation Mark Discord. The sponsor affiliate links are over there as well, so if I'm not streaming, you have access to those, save some hobby dollars, and then also have things worked out with them. No cost to you guys, but if you use those links and discount codes, gives me a kickback so I can restock up my supplies. So I do appreciate that so much, so thank you. My eBay store is another way to support the stream too. Pretty much everything that I paint on the stream goes over to my eBay store. Lately we've been doing the end of the month sub appreciation prize wheel giveaways over on Twitch on the last Friday of the month. So if you guys want to participate in that, at a sub over here on Twitch, and then you have a chance of collecting and stream currency, and then you can cash those in for the giveaways that I paint. So those things there, I'm trying to work up my competitive painting skills again, and then we're going to try to go and shoot for golden demons here soon. I just need to get myself more planned out of what I want to do and how I'm going to do them. Other than that, let's see here. I got YouTube, Discord, eBay. eBay is another one. So pretty much everything I paint on here goes on my eBay store. eBay store, you can go and take a look at that. everything there cycles back into the stream again. I need to get some upgrades and whatnot. We were just talking about the beginning of this stream about maybe getting a waterfall paint booth, which would be awesome, and a quiet compressor would be really awesome too. Other than that, you can follow me over on my socials. I'm pretty much on everything, so you guys can follow me on any part there. I haven't done a whole lot on Instagram and stuff like that just because it requires a lot of time and timing and getting these things all done and all right, and a bunch of hashtags, all sorts of crap, and it's a lot of time spent on those things to make those things work. So I'll figure I'll push that off until I can get YouTube and Twitch kind of situated properly, get a bunch of miniatures that I want to get done, get eBay store nice and stock and full, because I'm pretty much all out of all my orcs that I painted. Space Bros are down to just that last little combat patrol that I have, and then I have the 2 sets of Tyranids, combat patrols, and some Tyranid stuff that's on there, which I need to put more on, but I haven't really got on top of that stuff just yet. Trying to whack out something so I can have my own personal army, so I at least have something to play with, and hopefully can squeeze in a 10th edition game would be nice before we go over to 11th edition. But other than that, that's pretty much all I got for you guys. Let's go over to my Twitch. Unfortunately, over on YouTube, you guys will just end. I don't have anything special or cool for YouTube to like raid somebody else like we do over on Twitch. I'm going to take all my Twitch viewers and we're going to raid over into another stream. It is Sunday, and who do I have? Let's see here. There's someone else that I'm missing. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Trying to find a good person to raid to. I guess we could go over to Dr. Faust. Dr. Faust Painting Clinic. Very long name. We'll go over to Dr. Faust Painting Clinic and see what he is up to and what he's painting on. Other than that, guys, thank you so much. I do appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. You guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I will catch you guys on Tuesday. Till then, take care.
No, I can't skip the shoulder because that has to be there. So that's... I guess it just cuts across.
And here come the freaks now.
Oh, good. Just what I need.